Hello. Hopefully, if there's a lot of you there, hopefully, my British English inside out. Anyway, I'm Mike Brunt, and here to talk about the Java Virtual Machine, which I've spoken about many times over many years. So, welcome to everybody, and hopefully, what I'm going to try and do in this session is be as practical as possible. And things can sometimes go wrong, so if they do, I'll apologize. Hopefully not. I was supposed to have a plain background, and as you can see, it's not plain. And just a little talk about background, a little background on me there. I paint, I'm an artist, and this room is sort of my little studio, and also my lab where I do a lot of technology work. So there's rather a lot of things around. And anyway, that being said, maybe I'll just wait for one more minute just to see if anybody else arrives. If anybody's late, then I'll get into my slides. As I mentioned, I'm going to try and be as practical as possible, so that you can see the sort of things that I do when I'm helping a client. And hopefully so I don't have many slides, basically. So I'll just wait one more minute. It's 9:04, and then I'll get into the presentation part of things. What I need to do, obviously, is before then, is share my screen. So let me do that. Okay. So hopefully now you can see what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, it looks like it's in the preview screen. So as I mentioned, I've been and I'll get onto a history slide in a minute because there's some interesting things in there, I think. But I've been looking at Java and JVM ever since Cold Fusion first went from C++ to Java with CFMX 6. It was a funny coincidence that because Macromedia just acquired Alaire, and by coincidence at the same time they went from C++ to Java. Look very different. Okay, so I go under the name. Some people know me as CF Whisperer. So one of my friends said, "Well, why don't you become JVM Whisperer as well?" So I did. So I just launched a website actually this week, which is jvmwhisperer.com. It's on one of the latter slides, and the Java world is very large in terms of the number of installations and the number of different sizes. Okay, hopefully I'm back. I just somehow or other got muted there, so hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, I'm not muted. All right, so as I say, I've now just launched a website under the name of JVM Whisperer, so it's jvmwhisperer.com, and I'm going to share as much as I can to help as many people as possible to tune the JVMs. And as many have heard me say, and I'll keep saying it, I've been saying it for 20 years, all JVMs need tuning, and I'll get into the reasons for that. And most don't get tuned. That's been my experience anyway. For some reason this slide appears to be stuck. Let's try something here. Okay. I don't know what's going on here, but the slides are not working. So at least the JVM Whisperer. So I'll keep talking. That's not going to be a good idea, because I can't get to the, with everything being stuck like this, I can't get to the things I want to. I want to get with you things like JMeter and so on. So I don't know what's going on here. I'm just going to share it. Apologies on that. Okay. I don't know what's going on there, but I do need to share the screen so that I can show you what I want to show you. So let's see. All right, so that's away. Let me try this again. I'm going to try and share my screen again and see if I can get the slides to work. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's better. So just a little bit about me, you know, for those who don't know me. As it says on the slide here, which I hope you can see. Yeah, I think you can because it's in the preview window. So I've been in information technology now for 26 years. And 20, as a career, I'm talking about there. I was messing around with technology before then, but as a career, it's 26 years. 25 years with Cold Fusion. I actually started with Cold Fusion at version 1.54, which effectively was the first version, you know, that was stable and was usable. And if I may, I'll just go into a little bit of history about that. How I came to encounter Cold Fusion. So prior to my information technology career, I was living in England. You can probably tell from my accent, I'm from Britain originally. And I was working for an organisation there called British Leyland. And they made vehicles. The first 13 years of my career were in transportation equipment. And we just started using Cummins as a diesel engine in one of the trucks. And one of the engineers came out, or whatever it was, from Cummins. We got talking one day and he said, we have this terrible problem with excess parts stock and we don't know how to effectively, you know, distribute them and send out lists. This is back in the early 90s. So I started, I knew a little bit in those days about things called bulletin boards. And I wondered if it was possible for somehow or other to allow, as CompuServe we're doing, allow people to look at information via a bulletin board. And I actually went to a bulletin board conference, found a product. It was called Breadboard. If any of you were around in the bulletin board days, that was the good news. The bad news is the license was about $150,000. So obviously that was out. But during that conference, I met with some people and they were telling me about this thing called the World Wide Web, which I'd sort of heard of cyberspace. And there was things like Archie and Gopher around in those days. So I started, they piqued my interest and I started looking. The only thing that was available though at that time, as far as web servers, there was no open source web servers. The only thing that was available was Unix systems with web servers, and I couldn't afford a Unix system. So would have it, Windows NT 351 had the capability, was less expensive than Unix by a long way, and had the capability of running a website. But Microsoft didn't have any software that was website ready for years to come. And at the next couple of years later, I went to a conference in San Francisco, and I found O'Reilly, the book people. They brought out a software product called O'Reilly Website. So I could just about afford that, and I could just about afford a Windows server. And bundled with this O'Reilly Website was this software that I thought had this bloody brilliant name. It was called Cold Fusion, but I had no idea what it did. That was my first exposure to it. And I actually met with the Rockwell were in the time when I was visiting the States, and somehow or other I came across their VP of software engineering, and we got talking, and I was telling him about, you know, Cummins, and he said, well, there's a product called Cold Fusion, which would allow you to put a web front end to a database, and I was struck, and I won't go on any longer with that story but that's how I came across Cold Fusion, and that's why I've been in an IT career for 26 years and 25 with CF, because they sort of coincided. So the next thing that happened is that I got recruited by Alaire, the original owners and creators of Cold Fusion, as a consultant, and most of my time was spent on the server side of things. I had been a developer up till then, I should have mentioned that. But then in the team at Alair, I got moved more into server side work. This is before the move to Java, and I'll touch on that again in a bit. So 20 years ago, it is about 20 years ago, that's when I think it was 2001, when Macromedia acquired Alair, and then ColdFusion went over to Java. There's a bit of a story attached to that too. The first version of ColdFusion under Java, CFMX6, was not very good at all. But luckily, a bloke, an employee at Macromedia, I'm sure probably a lot of you heard of, called Sean Caulfield. He put a team together and they rewrote basically CF, and it came out as CFMX 6.1, which was considerably better. This is, I say, about 20 years ago. So I've been tuning JVMs ever since ColdFusion rolled over to it. I didn't know much about them before then, but I learned the hard way, as you say, because there wasn't a lot of information around on tuning JVMs. So the last 6 years of my life, I'm still very, very involved in Java and ColdFusion, but I actually transferred a little bit to blockchain and distributed ledger technology. That came about because of when Ethereum came out, and I realized that you could actually write code to run on a blockchain, which was revolutionary. That sort of stuff nowadays is called dApps. So eventually I got recruited, and I'm currently CTO at a project called Earth Dollar. And Earth Dollar is a cryptocurrency project, which it's cryptocurrency based on regenerating the earth. Another part of my life, rather than extracting stuff from the earth, another part of my life is permaculture. And that's what attracted me to Earth Dollar, because they're very involved in, as like I said, regenerating the earth. Just moving myself around a bit here. So the right-hand side of this slide, it says, as I've said many times, and I'll keep saying, old JVMs need tuning. And then the reason, I'll read it out, but this says it better than probably I ever had. So the system running the JVM could be a mainframe, a big iron Unix system, an x86 server, a PC, a Mac, a smartphone, a tablet, even a smartwatch or a microcontroller in an embedded system. So just think about that for a minute. That's everything. We have an expression in England, everything from a pin to an elephant. And that's basically what that is. So it's literally for you to go to, for anybody actually to go to Oracle or anybody else that has IBM or anybody else that has JVMs, download one and then start using it. It's not going to be anywhere near optimal, because obviously Oracle, IBM, or whoever else it may be, OpenJDK, they have no idea what the JVM is going to be used for, and it can be used in anything from something incredibly large to something incredibly small. So it's impossible for them to put out a JVM that's properly tuned for what it's going to do. Certainly, as Sun and then Oracle have iterated through garbage collectors, it's got better, but it's still far from ideal. And even though in our case it's a ColdFusion server, I mean, ColdFusion servers can be doing many, many different things. So it's a more known world, but we still need to tune the JVM. So let me see if I can get to my next slide. Oh, good. So I wanted to go do a little bit more history here, because a lot of it's relevant to what I'm going to talk about. So DBML was the first language that ColdFusion came out in. And I actually developed the first website for the Queen Mary in Long Beach in DBML. That's many years ago. It was their first website and my first commercial website. At that time, CGI was quite heavily used by ColdFusion. That transitioned to ISAPI a little bit later on. Another few names here. HomeSite was probably still is a bit out of date now, but it was probably the best ColdFusion IDE that I'd ever used. Another golden old, and I say there's reasons for me going through these. Cluster cats, that was an incredible, this is prior to Java, to Cold Fusion being on Java, I should say. Cluster cats was an incredible software, load testing and, well, not so much load testing, clustering as a name. We did some load testing against it, but clustering Cold Fusion before Java, which in my opinion was a lot better than the Java version of clustering, which I've also used a lot. So that was a company that Alaire acquired, and Cluster Cats came out. Then they acquired JRUM. This is an important point. I couldn't understand when there was a company called Life Software and Alaire acquired it, and here we had JRUM, which was a servlet container running JSPs. And it looked like it was doing exactly the same thing as Cold Fusion, but in the Java world. We found out later why Alaire had acquired JRUM. There's another little side there as well. There was Blue Dragon that you may have heard of. It was, and I don't know whether it's still around, but it was an open source version of Cold Fusion that ran on Java. And they actually, from what they told me, they approached the Alaire brothers. This is Blue Dragon. They approached the Alaire brothers, but they didn't express any interest, and that was Cold Fusion running on Java. So I think probably the reason that Alaire weren't interested necessarily in Blue Dragon is because JRUM was in the wings one way or another. The last thing I want to mention here, which is another historical product that I think has some great relevance to today, was Spectra. And Spectra was a content management system, a CMS, running on using basically nested custom tags. I actually worked on the team. There was a team that specialised in Spectra, and I thought it was a great product. And it unfortunately what happened to it is when Macromedia acquired Alaire, they stopped Spectra development. In fact, I was in the meeting talking about the next version of Spectra when the announcement was made that the Macromedia were acquiring Alaire. And the other thing that Macromedia did eventually, they laid off all the consultants. There was about 36 of us at one point. And the reason I want to mention Spectra and then just roll into Drupal and WordPress is, but what Drupal and WordPress did in essence did what Spectra was doing. They're both CMSs basically, although WordPress started life as a blog software, but they both framework CMSs, which is what Spectra was. So I think it was it's not much point in crying over spilt milk, as they say, but I think it was a big mistake that Macromedia stopped the development of Spectra, and I think it opened the door for Drupal and WordPress. Those are more my feelings, because WordPress, I think, emerged in 2003, which is not that long after Macromedia acquired Alaire. Okay, that's that slide. So that's just a quick shot of my new website, come blog. This is what I wanted to go through here. Is what these are the actual steps that I go through when I'm going to do an ideal, my ideal, you could say, project for a client. And sometimes they don't want me to do all this, but I always want to do all this. So I'll just go through it. So I always want to look at the existing logs, for anything that tells me anything. I've spent pretty much most of my career looking at logs, and they can be amazing. And to be fair, Cold Fusion has always had great logging capabilities. So I tend to look at the Java logs and the Cold Fusion logs, see what's going on. Then I set up garbage collection. This is a really important garbage collection logging. It's a really important step. There's a slight aside to that, though, a couple of them really. So Java 9 changed the logging completely. So Java 9, 10, 11, etc. The logging is totally different to what it was before then. And I'm mentioning that because it's not just a mild change. If you've got, give you an example. Let's say you've got a JVM config file and it's running on Java 8 and you've got garbage collection logging going on. you move to Java 9, 10, or 11, and it can break the server. It doesn't just stop logging. The arguments stop the JVM from starting or prevent the JVM from starting. So it's important to, if you're going to make a transition from an earlier version from Java 8 backwards and you've got GC logging going, you need to do some research. Actually, on my blog, I've linked to a good article on what's been done and what needs to be done. So at this point, I put GC logging in place. Then I let that run for a couple of days in normal business hours. So in other words, if it's a business and they don't do much at the weekend, I don't count those days. So then I'll look at, the next step, and I'll look to see if there's an application monitoring tool or service available, something like Fusion Reactor. And I was actually involved there was another one years back called C Fusion. I was involved in the engineering of that. So those sort of things are very important. There's other ones in the world as well. Fusion Reactor and C Fusion were written specifically for ColdFusion and Java, whereas a lot of the others are more broad-based. So I tend to prefer tools that are written for the environment that they're going to monitor. So then next step, and really important one again, is to move to a QA test system which has the same code and it is close. I could, just say as close to production as possible. That's really important. And then what I do then is to use JMeter, which I'm hopefully going to show you, to create some realistic load tests, and at least two. So these load tests will be run against the QA test system, which is identical or as identical as possible to production, and then just keep iterate, as it says here, iterate, investigate, test, iterate, investigate, test. Just keep iterating through until we get to a stage where, and change the JVM arguments, as it says there, as needed, until we get to a stage where we've got a much more stable and performant system. And then what we do then is apply the same changes to production and make sure that, everything's okay. Again, logs are the big point here. All right, so this is another thing I wanted to mention, and this applies to ColdFusion. The latest version I've got 2021, but it really could apply to all ColdFusion Java installations since so I'll hit the first point here. Use the G1 collector. That's garbage first is another name for it. I think that's really important. Adobe is still shipping. I've got ColdFusion 2021 and it's still shipping with the parallel collector. So I change that out when I see that because, as I say, the G1 collector is much better. Then the other thing, and these are things that, so I should step back here. I've written at the top, shipped JVM config. So these changes are what I'm saying you need to make to the JVM config file because they're not like this in the shipped, but when you install ColdFusion, these aren't the settings, and I'm recommended that they should be. So I make that a little clearer. Set the XMS and XMX, that's the start and max heap size to the same value. Again, through the years, there's all sorts of sort of controversial statements and questions about that, but I found that after testing, I don't know how many. I mean, many JVMs. There's really no need to have them different, and I found that performance is better when they're the same. The other thing that's missing this is in the shipped version, the JVM config, is the metaspace. There's no metaspace settings, and I recommend that we set those. Those relate to what used to be called the perm gen or permanent generation. It's basically where ColdFusion keeps a lot of its classes. So I do think we need to set that. And certainly I'd leave GC logging on all the time and have it there all the time. And the reason is it's really informative. And there's some really great tools out there that you can run the logs through and get some really great information on what's going on or what's not going on. One point here though, if you've got Java 11 or higher, there's a bug in that as regards to GC logging. So you can't at the moment. That can't be said if you've got JDK 11, 12 or whatever. I'm going to keep an eye on that, and when they resolve the bug, I'm going to post it on the blog so that at least anybody who looks at my blog will know. Yeah, metrics logging is a really important one. I'm going to show you that in a minute. It's not enabled by default, and it's one of the most powerful, along with GC logging, it's one of the most powerful tools to home in on problems, particularly as they pertain to threading. So as the other side of this slide said, let's get practical. So let's see if I can do that. All right, so I'm still sharing my screen. Good. Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to show you, just to give you some ideas of what the JVM world is like. Over the years, I got myself 3 books to help me with great understanding of the JVM and all it does. Those books total 1,450 pages, and I'll show them to you. This was the first one I got, which is, I can't read it backwards. There's an O'Reilly book, and these are on my website too. So that's the first book I got. You get an idea of the size of it. That's a general book on JVM performance and tuning. The second book I got is a book that's just, I mentioned threading a minute ago. It's a really critical thing to get right in any application, but certainly in Java. So that book is just about threads. That's all it is. And again, you can get an idea of the size of it. So that's just covering threading in the JVM. To get an idea what sort of a subject it is. The last one, which again is a general performance book, but this I would recommend to anybody. Its only downside, unless they've written a new, and again, it's on my website, the only downside to it, unless they have written a new version, is it doesn't cover garbage first, G1 collector. But the person, to give you some idea of what a good book it is, the person who wrote the preface in this, or is it preface, is that what we say here, is the bloke who created Java at Sun, Gosling, I think, yeah, James Gosling. So that's a really good book. But, I'll just show you them, all 3 of them together again. Sorry, I'm bending down here. That's, and there's more books than that. It's a dense subject, and it's an important one. And I'll just touch on the thread situation for a minute. If you've got a thread problem in Java, it will create a memory problem. If you've got a memory problem in Java, it won't necessarily create a threading problem. So, that's an important one. I'll repeat it again. If you've got a thread problem, it's going to create a memory problem. If you've got a memory problem, it may not create a threading problem. So threading is critical. That's why I bought a book on it. Now, hopefully, let's have a look here. All right. So hopefully, I don't know whether you can see what I'm showing here. Okay, it came up. It just takes a minute to do. Let's have a look here. Where are we? Yeah, there we are. So this is the debugging and logging part. Oh, looks like oh yeah, I've got a proxy running. That's what's going on here. Let me just do something. And the reason I've got a proxy running is let me just do something here. This is, sorry, let me stop a minute before I do this. This is JMeter. Let me get it up again. All right, so this is JMeter. This is version 5.2. And JMeter is a load testing tool, and it's written in Java. It's an incredible tool, and it's open source. Which means you can download it and start using it. I mean, the capabilities of it are way beyond anything I've done in total. So I really recommend that. I mean, and it's simple. The proxy part of it. Let me just add that. So oops, there we are. So the proxy part of it is this thing here. This is, let me start. So what you do, here are the steps. You go to, this is a Windows system that I've got here, by the way. So go to Internet Explorer and to the LAN settings in Internet Explorer and point that to port 9000. That's the first step, and that's why we got that little error in the ColdFusion interface saying I can't do things because there's a proxy server. So let me start this. So I've set it to port 9000. In Internet Explorer, as it happens here, I'd already set it to port 9000. So hopefully when we get this going, this is just a little warning message saying you don't have an internal SSL certificate. Go past that. So what we should be able to do now, I'm hoping, is to browse around here a little. Yeah, there we are. Oh, I need to put... You're going to see my password in a minute, but it won't help because I'm going to change it after this. Let's go back here. I recommend Brave as a browser, by the way. I started using that a while ago and found it to be a really good browser. And I do, as I mentioned, I do a lot of I do a good deal of stuff in blockchain and cryptocurrencies and so on. So I wanted to go to ColdFusion debugging and logging. I just want to show you this here at the bottom of the screen. There's a couple of things. So I could write a story on what I had to do to get to this point over these last few days. It's a long story, but when I install, I'll just tell you part of it. When I installed ColdFusion, it wouldn't accept my password. I couldn't log in, and I even went in and used the password reset back, and it wouldn't accept that either. So yesterday, a good friend of mine who's wonderful in the ColdFusion community, Charlie Earhart, he helped me to get around that. It took him about 8 minutes, and two things. I mean, I thought it was incredible how quickly he did it, and the second thing is he has a really wonderful service using a calendar system where he offers 15, 30 and 60-minute slugs of time that you can request from him, and all you need to do to do that is go to this calendar, go to the calendar application, his part of it, and then just request. It's got all the times that are available and so on. It's a really wonderful tool. It made me think about doing something similar, although I'm not quite as simply into ColdFusion anymore because, like I mentioned, I got pulled into blockchain work. Anyway, let's get back to what I'm saying here. So these two settings at the bottom here, which is enable CF stat, that sometimes isn't set. Sorry, let me go up. I'm on the wrong row. Enable performance monitoring. That usually isn't checked. So I check that because it gives us more information. And then the next one to it, which is enable metrics logging. Neither of those are enabled when you install ColdFusion, no matter what the version is. And they're really, really valuable tools, as hopefully I'll get to show you as we go through this presentation. So I set those two so that I can get more information on what's going on. And I'm going to click around a little bit here, and I'll show you why in a minute. Because of the fact that I couldn't get into ColdFusion till 2:30 yesterday afternoon, I didn't have time to set up an application front end and be testing an application. That's another part of the story. I got myself a copy of Pet Market, which was written years ago, and it was like the ColdFusion version of what was it called? It's a Java application, Pet Store, I think it was called in Java, and it's a really neat little application for testing. So what I'm going to do, after this, sometime in the future, I'm going to get everything set up properly, and then do a Zoom session and send out some links to it, so you can see what I'm doing, testing a real application. So I'm just scrolling through these here. And we'll go back to JMeter. Hopefully. So what's happened there, and this is a really important point too. So JMeter is incredibly easy to use. I'll just go through those steps again. So you set up a proxy, in my case, in Internet Explorer, point the LAN in the LAN settings to a proxy, and the proxy is 9000. Then I come into JMeter, and I start. Let me just go back here a minute because I want to show you what that is. This is a little. If anybody wants a copy of these settings, by the way, just let me know, because I have a thing. I call it container, and it's because if you go to JMeter in the first place, you none of this is there. the test plan is, but nothing else. But I have a thingy called container that I can send you a copy of. So what I did, going back through the steps again, I set up I did this last bit here, which is the proxy mechanism, and I put the port number in there. So my browser and JMeter have got the same port number settings. So I hope that makes sense. Again, I'll write a lot of this up, and I'll do some more Zoom sessions. So what we did then, I was browsing through the Cold Fusion administration interface. It could be anything. It could be on normally there'd be a website. And what JMeter then does, it records all the clicks, to put it in layman's terms. So that's what these things are here. So if this was a typical website, you would just have recorded a script, which can be used. I'll show you how it can be used in a minute. One bit of warning here. What happens nowadays is that an incredible amount of calling out to other sites, typically Facebook, Twitter, Google is another one. So what happens when you're doing that hasn't happened in this case because I'm inside my own network here. When you're doing that, all those clicks get captured. So what I always do straight after I've recorded a load test script, I go through it and I take out all those settings to outside sites like Facebook and Google and so on, because there's a thing called DDoS attack. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And if you start load testing Facebook, Twitter, and Google, you're probably likely to cause some problems. So I, as a matter of course, I take all the references out, and there could be other sites, but it's mainly those three. Like I said, Twitter, Facebook, and Google. So once I've done that, I've got a load test script I can run, which is what's there. So now I go to the thread group, which is up here, and this is the number of threads. This is the number of users, basically, of virtual users. So I want to set this to, in this case, to 10, so we can get a little load. Ramp up, I'll set to the same. And again, there's lots of different things you can set here. I'm just going through the real basic stuff if you're interested to get you up and running. So you can set, for instance, the setting below this. You can have a load test that goes on forever, if you want. There are some. So most of my testing is based on the number of users. So once 10 users have gone through everything, then the test stops. That's basically what that's saying. But you can also set it up for time. You want the test to run for so much time. The other thing you can do, these are major things, which there's a lot more to JMeter, but you can put, let's say you want to test multiple users on a login. Then what you can do then is create username, password in a CSV file, and you can pull that in during the test so that you then get a more realistic situation where somebody's actually logging in, different people are logging in. And you can do that with many things. So if you, for instance, you get a product, let's say you were testing a cart, a shopping cart, you can iterate through products too. It's really powerful, like I said, and you just go, all you need to do to get it is to go to Apache JMeter and download it. Or you do need Java installed too. A JDK installed for it to run. If you don't, it'll just give you a message when you try and use it. There's no JDK installed. That obvious stuff, I know. So I'm going to now make an attempt to run this test. So we just do that by clicking on the start button here, except it didn't do anything. Oh, it did now. Again, like I was saying to you, these are things that I keep in there. Let me just clear that from a previous test. Okay, so what we can see here, this is this I can save as a CSV file, but what we can see here is that there's a test running. Let me just do that again because it looks like it stopped for some reason. Let's try that. Okay, let's try and. Okay, that's better, I think. Yeah, so it's running. You can tell it's running because it just stopped again. All right, let's do it this way around. Start again. Okay, that's better. I think. Yeah, so it's running. You can tell it's running because it just stopped again. All right, let's do it this way around. Start again. All right, let's do it this way around. Start again. Start again. All right, let's do it this way around. Start again. All right, let's do it this way around. Start again. let's see here. Oh, I know. I think I need to. This is something I need to do here. I think. So what we're seeing here is where I set the. I think I need to stop the proxy. I think that's what's going on. So this is where I set the proxy in Internet Explorer. So I'm going to clear that and say OK. OK again. And let's go back to JMeter. And let's clear this. Let's make sure that this isn't on. So that's okay. That's I think what was going on. Hopefully, let's try again. So I still had the proxy on. I still had the proxy in the browser. So let's go back to here. This is life when you're trying to do something practical. Sometimes. Let's try this again. And it still doesn't look right. Okay, all right, that's a bit better. So what we're looking at here, this is Fusion Reactor, and we're looking at, you can see that there's requests, and that's what I was hoping for. Let's have a look here. Yeah, it's still, for some reason, doesn't want to, I mean, I was running this fine before, usual story. And but I mean, the main thing I wanted to show you really, because watching this as a load test running, it's not exactly, fun times, but definitely we're generating load. For some reason, JMeter's stopping the test, and that's not typical. I've used this many times and not had any problems. So, I apologize for that. But the main thing I wanted to show you is how to use JMeter, basically. I'll figure out what's going on. But you can see here it's producing load, even if it's only for a few seconds. And it's basically, you can see the effect on, this is Fusion Reactor again, you can see the effect on Cold Fusion, and in particular that orange graph to the top right is the memory space in the JVM. So, it's definitely exercising the JVM, as you can see. And this JVM has the settings in that were on my slide that I said I changed from the default that is in Cold Fusion when it ships from Adobe. Let me just look at something here. I wonder if I set something up wrong here. Hang on it. Number of threads, ramp up period. Interesting. Yeah, I wondered if let's just set it down to 1 and see if that makes any difference. Because I think when I did it last time, I had it set to 1. Okay. Let's see. No, it's still the same. Yeah. So I'll figure out what's going on there. Like I said, maybe it was something to do with that proxy that I had set and forgot to unset. So apologies on that, but like going on too much. Basically I wanted to show you how I would use JMeter, and this whole presentation is an hour at the outside. I mean, it would take, typically it takes me 2 to 3 hours to get to a working script. I just wanted to try and do something quick here, for the reasons that I mentioned before. So, typically I'd have time to figure out what's going on, within the couple of hours it takes me to get everything right. I do want to just run it one more time, though. I'll put this back to, let's go to 20. So that's 20 virtual users with a 20-second ramp-up time and 1 loop, which is there's all these other settings here, incidentally, which, again, I don't really have time to go into. But let's see what happens here. All right. Let's go back here. So, again, we're in Fusion Reactor here. And, we can see, as soon as the load hits, things start to happen. The most important graph, I think, in this in the 4 that's on the screen here is the top right, because that's what's going on in the JVM, the memory space. And I can't. You saw the books that I showed you. I mean, I can't say that, strongly enough that it's old JVM. I'm saying the same thing again. Old JVMs need tuning, and that might sound like I'm trying to get work. Well, I suppose I am, but that's not the motivation in saying it. Not the difference in tuning, the difference in performance. Sorry, when a JVM's tuned can be absolutely mind-boggling in terms of improvements. And I've had clients who don't believe that what's happened. That it's so much, improvements of tenfold. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you something else too. Hopefully, here. I'm looking at hopefully the Cold Fusion logs here. Metrics. So this isn't there by default. The metrics log, we set it in, I set it actually before I got you into CF admin today. But it's important to set that because and I'll show you why. Hopefully. Okay. So this is largely it's thread and memory information. But what's going on here, every 60 seconds, we're taking a snapshot of so you see here where this is where I started these load tests. See that? Sorry, over to the I'm not explaining this very well, but over to the right of the log where it says max processing time, request count. I'll scroll over a little bit more. These numbers here are where things start getting interesting. The one that's the request count is particularly important. Error count is important too. But what do I do with this information? If a client's having a problem and I set metrics logging up if they don't have it set up, I'll look at this log, and if I see deviations in, let's say there's a thread count where it's this column, the column in the middle, current thread busy. That's a critical column because in any web application, the whole cycle, it's changed a little bit over the years, but it's request response. Oh, it's updating the file. It's request response. So what that means is a request is made to the web server, response comes back, and then there's no connection after that. That's how things should work. So you should always be seeing, I'm getting Facebook things popping up and all sorts. You should always be seeing threads coming back to zero. Like they are. So this column here, current thread busy, this is metrics logging again. You should always be seeing that dropping to zero. I mean, really, I didn't do any greatly effective load testing here. But, that, so that you can see here, it was at 3 at one point, where I'll highlight it. So current thread busy was 3. And then, so these rows are every minute. So we're taking 60, and you can change that, but I find that to be a good setting for metrics logging. So what we're looking at, let's see, there we go again. Another minute went by. What we're looking at here, or looking for, is threads coming back to zero. In a busy web application, you might see them down at 1 and 2 permanently, but you don't want to see them hanging there. In other words, if this current thread busy had stayed around for 3 minutes, and then got up to 6, and then 9, and then 12, and then 15, and 18, and so on and so forth, that's a problem. That's threads hanging, and that's why I say, threads hanging. The biggest problem you can have in an application in terms of performance is threads hanging. It's really, I'm bending now to get that book again. It's really important that we get the threads cycling properly. So again, coming down to zero, the current thread busy. So what I would do in this case, if a client had a problem, if you didn't have metrics logging installed and they didn't have something like Fusion Reactor installed, for instance, what I would do, persistent, hadn't it? What I would do is I would set up metrics logging and I'd look for the thread behavior. And once I started seeing threads building up, I'd look at every other log I could get my hands on to see what was going on at that point in time, because these are all time stamped over here. You can see it's happening every minute. 9:46 now. That's on the left hand side. I'm sorry. So threads, very important the cycle properly. Very, very important that they're released. That's, again, I'm repeating myself, that's the biggest cause of problems in any application. Java gets a lot of criticism for garbage collection, but at least in Java, you've got pretty much direct control over that by editing, in our case, the JVM config file. And many things can be done in there. Okay, so that was metrics logging. I'm going to go back to my slides. I've got about another 7 minutes here. So let's see if I can start from current slide. Yeah, we don't go back to the beginning. So a lot of what I talked about there. So these settings that are on the left-hand side of this slide is what I have set in the JVM config file in 2021, which I just installed yesterday. Just to touch on this, depending on the application, these settings are in different places. Adobe did a really good job with Tomcat in terms of that we're able to set these settings in the JVM config file. In Tomcat on Windows, which I know is an unusual combination, you actually have to dig into the services, the Windows services, to alter these settings. That's when I find out. Another thing that's interesting, by the way, and it's shipped with Cold Fusion, is Apache Derby. That's a little database application. I'm actually trying to, Pet Market, the version I have is running on Access, Microsoft Access, but I'm going to try and port that over to Derby. And if I do, I'll make a copy available, because it's a neat little application to do any sort of lab testing. So it's quite full featured. So that's Pet Market. So I'll try and do that. So we're getting towards the end here. I'm not certain whether let me look here. Oh, chat. Sorry, there's stuff in the chat. Let me have a look here. So I'll try and go through these questions now. Okay. All right. This is from before. Okay. Okay, so I think these are more comments. Yeah. So it's saying here, I think, what are we? I think people should test whether changing to GC. What? I totally agree. But the thing is, so let me address that just for a minute. So in any Java application, or pretty much any Java application, the JVM is literally the heart of the matter. And I have an analogy for that. Let's say you're living in LA, which I used to, and you wanted to drive to Las Vegas, which is obviously where we used to have conferences. It's a V6, but only three of the cylinders are firing. It wouldn't be a very pleasant job getting to Vegas, through the desert in a car with only three pistons firing. And that's an analogy. You've got to get the JVM right. That comes before everything else. It comes before code can cause problems with the JVM, but you really need to get the JVM tuned properly before you do anything else. That's been my experience from 20 years of doing it. Okay, so it's saying from Max Metaspace. Yeah, I wasn't seeing these comments. Anybody can hear. And no problem with that. It's not contentious at all. We all have different ways of doing things. But I'll say it again, and it's really important. We must tune the JVM. That's step one. No matter what no matter what garbage collector you're using. I've just found the G1 collector to be better. And again, that comes from 20. I don't want to sound arrogant here because I'm not, but it comes from 20 years of testing. Okay. Yes, that's helpful to see Charlie making some comments. Yeah, a lot of stuff went. A lot of stuff went awry, you could say, because I left that blinking proxy on. So it's easy to trip over your own feet when you've got feet like mine. So I'm just looking to see if there's any questions or any comments I need to make. Yeah, that's a very good point about the port. I mean, mine is on still on port 8500 because that's what I'm running. You know, that's what I was running. I was running the internal web server, which is on port 8500 unless you change it. But Charlie that said that, or whoever said it is right. That port needs to be set to the HTTP port of the actual, and that becomes more relevant when you run the web server connector and you connect to an external web server, which I haven't yet. Okay, so see, I've changed into Dazzle Jura. No, Carl, I don't. But I'll look into that. I didn't realise. I probably lost track a little bit by being pulled into the blockchain world. I didn't realise that was happening, but I'll have a look at that. That's a great piece of information, and I appreciate it. So I'm pretty much getting to the end now, aren't I? So let me just. Just a little bit of contact information there. And as I always say to everybody, you're more than welcome to reach out to me. Charlie's the with his system. I'm repeating myself here. Charlie Earhart's got a really first class system for helping people with problems, and it certainly helped me. Like I said, it took him about 5 or 6 minutes, and we'd figured out what it was. It was weird. I mean, both of us at first we couldn't understand it. But there we are. We're always coming across new things. I'm sure Charlie could too, and others like him. We could all write a book on what we've seen over the years. I mean, some of it's mind-boggling. Okay, 9:59, according to my end here. So I want to thank everybody that's out there that came along. I hope there was a few missteps there, which I apologise for, and I will follow up on some of the stuff I said I would, which is getting Pet Market to run, and then doing a little Zoom session showing a little bit more realistic usage of JMeter and an analysis of what comes out after. But that being said, I think it's so. Look, I'm looking at my clock. Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. So thanks so much to everybody, and hope the rest of the CF week. And thanks to Adobe, by the way, for putting this on.
For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy.
Hello. Hello. So I'm Corbin Crutchley. I'm going to be giving a talk today about Cold Fusion APIs in Expo mobile apps. Expo is, we'll touch on what that is, but if you've heard of React Native, very similar. We're going to be exploring how to build React mobile applications using React and then integrating it into a Cold Fusion backend. So let's start with who am I? So again, I'm Corbin Crutchley. I'm a developer of 7 years. I live stream all sorts of programming stuff. I'm the founder and CTO of OceanBit. We build an app called GitShark, which is React Native application, allows you to like clone repos and modify your code on your mobile devices or tablets. A fun, quick story about OceanBit. I made a tweet a while ago from the company account making a joke about Elden Ring, which is a video game that's coming out next year. And it turns out it's our second search result on Google, which is fun to be associated with my meme. But anyways, so what are we going to be talking about today? So first, we'll take a look at the Cold Fusion REST APIs. Then we'll take a look at how to build mobile apps with React. We'll explain what Expo is. We'll talk about some of React Native best practices during a live coding segment. We're going to live code a React Native application today. And we'll talk about how to integrate Expo-React Native and Cold Fusion. So let's get into it. So let's start with Cold Fusion, right? Since that's what the conference is about, might as well start there, right? So here we have a super simple page. We can add a task. When we add a task, it'll be added to this to-do list. You'll notice we're using an API endpoint and it returns all this data, right? We can verify that that's what's going on. So if we go into something like Postman and we do a GET request against this API, we'll see that we're getting a JSON response, right? So let's take a quick look at how that code is implemented in Cold Fusion. So inside of our Cold Fusion, we have our component. We're setting some header here so that cores is able to run. You'll notice that we actually have some issues with cores. This is supposed to be a delete method. This is supposed to be a put. One of these is supposed to be a put method. We've had to change them to post just because cores for our hosting provider has been a bit frustrating. But we can use cores, of course, in any other circumstance. We just had issues getting it working before the talk, so I changed it. So here, we're doing a pretty simple get tasks, right? It's a get method, returns a string. We're doing a simple SQL query to select all from table tasks. We're serializing the JSON. We're returning it to the user, right? So that's what's going on with this get method. We also have our insert tasks, which is going to be a post method. Here, we're grabbing JSON from the body. We're parsing that to see if it is JSON, then we're deserializing it. Then we're attempting to do a SQL insert into the table. We're changing the task name, and that's it. We also have delete task, right? So given a task ID, we're again deserializing the JSON and then passing that. And then finally, we have our put, which is going to update. Again, they're post for now, but pretend they're delete and put. And then our put should update the completed where the ID equals the task ID, right? So we're building a pretty simple to-do application today. Just has the name, the completed Boolean, and the ID. Nothing too fancy. So let's start by talking about what React Native is. React Native is a method of being able to build mobile applications using React, right? So React allows you to have really fancy user interactions by being able to manipulate, usually in the browser, the DOM, but in this case, being able to manipulate your mobile device's UI. You can use all sorts of JavaScript logic, be able to build things out, so on and so forth. So React Native usually runs on iOS and Android, and that is still true for Expo. And there's even ways to build applications for desktop with React Native as well. But Expo kind of goes a step farther, and Expo allows you to be able to kind of consolidate your code and run it in multiple different environments, right? So let's say that we go into our app, right? So we can generate an application using, once we install the Expo CLI using NPM, we can then run Expo init, and it'll allow us to generate a project. This is what the project scaffold will look like. So if I run an ls, we can see that there's a .expo, there's an Android folder, an iOS folder, so on and so forth, right? If we run a yarn Android, This might take a second because it'll build and it'll run an emulator and stuff. But while we're waiting, we can take a look and see that we have a default app.js, right? That includes some text. It includes a status bar. It includes all sorts of fun stuff. In our package JSON, the project initialized with the ability to run on iOS and Android, but the web as well. And what Expo allows you to do is that when you run your project, it'll let you scan a QR code on your phone. I'm not showing that today because I don't want my phone to be exposed, and we have an emulator anyways. But you can scan a QR code and send it to anyone in your network, and they can just be able to pull up your application without having to download it from the App Store or anything like that. So it makes QA significantly easier. And then, of course, once you're finished building your application, you're able to publish it to the App Store, either Android or iOS, either way. The project should be running now. Looks like it's doing something with Android. But yeah, at any rate, you're able to run your projects. We'll mention that if you're used to React, you'll know that you might be building your applications using paragraph tags or maybe divs, something along those lines. Those tags are not available in React Native. That's because the underlying code is actually mapping to native UI elements, which allows you to do things like native text elements in Android and such. So there are different tags from what is normally there in React for web. We're going to see if this can run within the next minute, and if it doesn't, we bounce. That's my vote. Or while we're doing that, here, we'll run it for web as well. We can run it for more than one at a time. So our plan is that we're going to be able to build a list application, right? That list application, you should be able to check a box and update whether something is completed. You should be able to add a new item, and you should be able to delete items from your to-do list. So a pretty basic app running. Why is none of this working? I apologize, all. This was working immediately before the stream started. So, of course, now it has to be slow now. There we go. Okay, it's loading in the browser. And once this loads, it'll start Webpack. So Expo is really nice. It'll handle all of the configurations for you. You don't have to do too much customization. You can, of course, if you want to, but it'll handle most of the things you need. So it seems like our Android app is going to run in a second here. And it's building for web. There we go. So the web ran first. You'll see it says open up app.js to start working on your app. If I start modifying this text, fans, you see that it automatically updates. Right. And then sure enough, I would love for this to run on Android, whatever. We'll pretend it ran on Android. The demo gods are not with us today, and that's how it is sometimes. So you'll have to believe me that this will run on Android and iOS as well. It just also happens to run on web. So if we have our text, right? So let's start by building a list component, right? Let's hard code some data. And while we're hard coding that data, we can build a component to do some basic displays, right? So usually when you create a component, you can just do something like this. You'll create a JS file. And here we can import React, do const list. We're building a function, right? So React, I believe it was 16 added functional components. So we can do something like this, where we're displaying a view. We'll import view from React Native. And then we can we'll hard code our data like this. It'll match very similarly to what we have on our server, right? So pretty simple array here with ID, name, and completed. And then instead of doing what we might do in React, which would be something like data array.map, we could do that, but instead we're going to use a component called flatlist. Flatlist allows us to be able to do scrolling on, say, Android. So on your Android device, if it overflows, we'll be able to scroll much easier. Flatlist takes data, and then we're going to pass in the data array. And then it also takes render item, which is a function. So we're going to pass in props, and then here we'll do const item. We'll do an object destructure. Return a view. Inside of this view, we can render some text. It'll be item-name. And I think that should do it. We can do index as well. It'll be pretty simple. So this is basically it, right? So if we save this and we import list from our app component, now here, instead of this text, let's render our list component. So if we save this, we can see now that it'll render, what's gone wrong? Failed to import text. Oh, I didn't import this, my bad. We're going to see a few of these errors just because it's how live coding goes. So here we can see that we have a list. Index starts at 0, so we can fix that by adding 1 to the index, no problem. So now we have an items 1 and 2 in our to-do list, right? So this works, and this is about as functional as we can expect it to be. We're creating a new component, we're exporting it from here, and we're importing it into app. Something I'll mention is that what we usually want to do for applications is, like we don't want to have every single one of our components at the root. Otherwise, our project gets very difficult to manage. So what I'll do is I'll create a directory called components. I'll put the list component inside of there. And now we can just import from /components /list, and it'll run still, right? So we can do that. We can also add a to-do item at the top of the view, right? So we could do like text to-do items, right? Something pretty simple. But we'll notice that it's the same size as the rest of these, right? And the problem here is that we want to be able to highlight this and make it look like a title of some kind. So just like in the browser, we could use something very similar to CSS to do our styling. So instead of class name or class, we have what's called the style property. And here we'll create that style property. So it'll be style equals style sheet, which we import from React Native .create. And we can make the class name and we'll call it like header, and we'll do font size 32. Right? And then here, style will be style.header. That's all we do. Now, if we go back and switch, we can see that the text here is now significantly larger, so it's more representative of a title. Now, this obviously isn't pretty enough to be like a full-scale application, but I tend to do, when I'm building MVPs or demos or anything of the nature, I tend to focus on functionality first. So let's do that. Let's build out the functionality, and then once we have that in place, we can start adding, styling here and there and make it look more like a real application, right? So one of the things that I want to highlight is that right now, our data is in the same place as our list, right, as our component. And the problem there is that it makes it very difficult to manipulate this list. So if we do a call to our server, we have to do it in lists. It gets very complicated. So what we want to do is we want to consolidate our data to the parent so that we can pass it into the child. So we'll do that. We'll pass our data up here. We'll pass it in as a prop. So we'll do props, const data equals props. So again, we're doing data destructuring. And then here we can pass this. So data equals data array. So now we're passing from our parent, and it'll still render as we would expect. Data array is not defined. What do you mean? Data array is there. I suspect I'm hitting issue. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I was still referencing the old method name. So here we go. Still renders just as the same, but we're consolidating our data and having list not contain any actual logic, simply displaying that logic for us, right? So this is fine, right? This works. But let's actually pull this data from the server, right? We have our API here. We have get tasks, so we can send this. So let's build that. So just like in the browser, we have access to the fetch API, right? So we could do function get, let's just call this get API for now. And then we can do return fetch. I'll steal this URL, pass it in here. And then when this is done, this returns a promise, right? We need to get the JSON from that promise. and that should be good, right? So we're going to return the JSON. Now, in React, when you're using a functional component, that's known as a side effect, right? Side effects are basically anything that should happen outside of the render cycle. And when we do that, we want to use something called a use effect. So if I'm going to do React use effects, again, if you've ever built a web application with React for Web, this is going to seem super, super familiar to you because, again, this is using React under the hood. It just has a different view layer, right? So here, I'm going to do get API. And now that inside of this promise, I have our data. So I want to store that data somewhere. So let's do a use state. React.useState. And useState returns two things. UseState returns the data itself, so like list, and the function to set that data, set list. So here we can do set list data, right? And now instead of passing the data array, which is hard coded, we can pass list. And if we go back here, it'll reload. And now we see everything that's being returned from our API, right? So this is all of our API data. We can see do the dishes and feed the dog are the first two items on here. The rest of this was testing data that I kind of threw in there and forgot to clean up, pretend I did that. So we now have our data, but the problem here is that we're going to be adding more APIs, right? Our application isn't just going to be one thing of API and then nothing else, right? So we want to be able to move this. Well, let's clean this up a little bit before we add more functionality, right? So just as we had the components folder, let's create a new folder for like our API, right? We'll call it API. And then here, what we can do is we can do like, let's do tasks. Or tasks.json or .js, not JSON, sorry. And again, we'll do an export here, right? So that's all we're doing. We're doing an export, and then here we'll import it from there, right? So this is a little bit better, right? But if I'm going to be using this API everywhere throughout my app, I don't want to have to copy and paste this URL. Like what happens if we change this base URL or we change where it's hosted from, or, you know, like there's a lot of different ways that we could organize this, right? So I don't want to be able to copy and paste this over and over and over again, right? So let's break that out to a constant, right? So we'll do constant base API. Or is it base URL? Yes, base URL. We could call it either. I just am referring to my previous notes. So here we can change that, right? So now we're doing base URL /API /get task, right? And we could even do something like an index.js, right? So what this will allow us to do is in JavaScript, or rather node resolution allows you to export out. So if we do an export star from tasks, export star from tasks. Now, instead of importing from /API /task, we can just import from /API. Quote, did I miss a part where I build the API in Cold Fusion? No. I mean, yes, I did touch on that earlier, but we can talk about that really quick. The idea here is that we have our project, right? So we have our application. In here, we're essentially mapping our REST initialization to the directory of /API, right? And then inside of API, we have our index, we have our API.cfm, our Cold Fusion component. And in here, we have our function, which is going to be, we declare our REST path, right? Which declares where our API comes from. And then we are able to give the function's name, get query data, return it. So we're serializing our post or our get method, serializing that to JSON. Same thing with our post. We're able to update that. So, and then the rest is fairly similar. So again, here we're getting the body of a post method, accessing it, and trying to be able to pass it into SQL, and then rendering that, and passing it out. So yeah. So back to React, we have our list. We're setting our list. It's rendering in the application. And now we have our API, right? So our API has a Bryce URL. We have our function of get API, which I think I want to rename. Let's call that something like get tasks, just to be more consistent, right? So we can rename that in our app as well. Tasks. So now that we have our baseline for where our APIs live, we can start adding more to it, right? So let's do one where, say, we let's do remove, right? Remove should be a pretty simple one. So we can do export function delete task. We're going to pass in task ID, and we're going to do a fetch. It's going to be, again, at the base URL /API, and we'll go back, look at our Cold Fusion, and it's going to be delete task is the name of the function and the REST path right here, right? So API / that. Here we want to do, I believe it's method. Oh, right. Okay. So yeah, we can do our method delete. In this case, we're actually going to comment this out and use method post instead, because again, we ran into CORS issues earlier, so we've actually updated our HDPN method post. But assuming we didn't have CORS issues, we could use delete for sure. So we're going to use that, and then we're going to use our body to be able to serialize a JSON object, and that's going to have our task ID. Right? So that's going to be our delete task. And while we're at it, we might as well build out the rest of these. So there's our delete task. We can do our update task, which is going to be very similar. So let's do export function update task. I'm going to pass in task ID and the completed object. We're going to do a fetch again. This URL /API. And the endpoint for this is going to be change completion. And we're going to do method post. Again, this could be method put, but we're having some issues. And then body will be JSON.stringify. Task ID. Right. And then finally, we'll have add task. So export function, add task, and it'll be task name that we're passing. And that's another fetch. This URL /API / and that is right here, insert task, method post. That's why it's not completing properly. Method post, and then body again as JSON. Right. So here we have our 4 endpoints. We have our get tasks, we have our add task, we have our update task, and we have our delete task. I need to add our JSON handling to all these. Oh, right. So now when we run any of these, they should make our call to our server, right? So we've kind of built out that interop layer. Now we can start adding our functionality, right? So we can do an on delete. And that'll run delete task. Task ID, we can pass that as a property. We'll import it. And then here's the interesting bit, right? So if we look at our delete task from our Cold Fusion API, we'll notice that it's just returning a Boolean for success, right? So it's returning a string 1 or 0 if it like succeeded or if it had an error, right? But the problem is that we need to be able to refresh the task list once we've like actually modified the data, right? So what we can do is after the delete task, we can do a get tasks. And now that we're promise chaining, we can do another then later. And we can pass data. And now we can do set list. So now we have our on delete function. And just as before, the way that we passed our data down to list, we can do that again. We have like our on delete. We're going to pass that as a property. And now inside of list.js, we can do data on delete. And now after our text, we can render a button. And it'll have a title, which will be delete. And on press, which is different from on click, but on web, it's the same thing, at least for React Native. So on press, we're going to do on delete. We're going to pass the item ID, right? Now, if we go look at the web, we can see a button after all of these. Again, it's not really pretty, but we will clean that up later. So now if we delete that, it disappears, right? We can verify that it's being removed from the item by going back to our API and rendering. We can see that it's actually working. So there, we got rid of the testing data like I was supposed to, right? So now we have the UI, we have the rendering, all that stuff, right? So let's start adding some functionality, right? Like let's add the creation, right? So we'll do like a kind of form. We'll do that in app.js, right? So we probably want to be able to have like some data, right? So like task name. So task name, set task name. I'm going to capitalize that. And then equals react.useState empty array. And here we'll do a text input. Right? So value will be task name, and then on change text will be set task name. So whenever we change the value from this text input, it'll update the value in state. And then what we can do is we can do something like a button to submit. Task. And then on press, it'll be something like have to create a submit function. So we'll do const submit. We can say something along the lines of add task, task name. And then likewise, we'll need to get the tasks after we add it, right? We'll set the data. And when we set the data, we also probably want to reset the task name to be an empty string so that we can type in more task names. So here I'll do on submit. There we have it. I don't think I imported button. Let's do that really quickly. There we go. So now it'll reload. We have our text input, which we should probably style, which we'll do in a second. But here, if I add some data, we can see that it's being added properly. We can delete it. All sorts of good stuff. And you know what? While we're at it, let's actually add that styling to text input. So here we can do style, and it'll just be an inline. We'll do border width, let's say 2. Format that a little bit. There we go. Right. So now we can see that. Yeah. Now we can see that there's a border around. So when we type, we'll be able to see that, right? But we'll notice that it's in app, right? And app is kind of getting a little long, and there's some logic here that we kind of want to change a lot of this around, right? So just like before, how we had our component of list, let's go ahead and make a new component to store this kind of like, this is a form almost, right? So let's do that. Let's create a new component. We'll call it new task form.js. Here we'll do an export const task form. Import React. And here we can copy this, review, right? And then we'll move our on submit and our task name into here. But we'll notice that set list is still wrong, right? And add task is still off. So what we probably want to do is pass. We probably want to pass set list, right? We can do that. And then we can do, I think that'll work. I think that'll make sense. So let's do that. We need to return this. We'll import view. There we go. Oh, I didn't copy the button. That's funny. Okay. The button's in here now, and now we can replace what we had before with new task form. It'll expect us to pass set list. There we go. Now, if we take a look, our logic is the same, right? So it's still working the way that we would expect it to. Something I do want to point out is that, so what we did refactor of earlier, right, is list. And we explicitly moved on delete out so that on the delete task method, the logic wasn't actually running. We can store data in here, but we probably don't want to make API calls. Otherwise, we have to kind of like keep our logic in different places, and it's kind of messy. It's very like confusing and frustrating, right? So let's change this around a little bit, right? We can reset the form, like kind of when we think we're ready for it. We'll move add task out, so we can do this. So we'll call it maybe something like on add instead, right? And here we can do a new function. So we'll do const on add. And we expect to be passed task name. And now we can pass that in here. So instead of set list, we're doing on add. And that's it. So now we are making sure that our logic is consolidated. We're not doing a REST call inside of one of our components, which tends to be best practices. We're not having to pass in a set function in here, which again tends to be best practice to keep your functions kind of more cleanly organized than that. So we have all of our API calls here, and then all of our actual like display logic is inside of these components individually, right? So we've up to this point, we have used built-in React Native components, right? So text input, button, all those things are built right into React Native, right? But I want to be able to add like a checkbox, right? To be able to toggle on and off. And there is no checkbox component built into React Native anymore. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use a library called React Native Paper. It's a super cool UI project meant to allow you to build material design applications using React Native, right? So one of the components in there is a checkbox, sure enough. And in fact, checkbox.item lets you render a checkbox with some text, right? So let's start doing that, right? So inside of our list, we can change this text to say checkbox dot. It's not importing properly. Sorry, that's right. We need to install it, right? So usually we do an npmi, React Native Paper. I have it already installed. And because of that, it should be picking up automatically. Please tell me it's installed. I don't want to have to run an npmi right now. Hey, let me double check really quickly. React Native Paper. Yeah, it's installed. Weird. I don't know why it's not rendering. Is it lowercase? I think it is. That's what it is. It was lowercase. I had the title wrong, right? So we can do React Native checkbox.item. We'll change this to say label, just because that's the API for this component. And we're passing in the label. So we have the number, which I'm going to get rid of. So we're just going to have the name rendering with the checkbox, right? Let's worry about adding the checkbox logic in a second. But for now, we can see that we have a checkbox now, right? It doesn't trigger because we're not setting the value properly. So let's start doing that, right? So we can do our on update, right? So we have on remove, on add up here. So let's do on update maybe. Right? So const on update. Do task ID completed. And here we will do update task, which is again something that we created in our API, right? So update task just runs a fetch method. And then in here, we'll pass our task ID and our completed. And again, we'll need to go re-grab the data from the server, re-render it, and pass it back to our state, right? So now we can pass on update to our form, or I apologize, our list. In our list, we can destructure, and then we can say on press. We'll run on update of item ID and item completed. I'm going to move this to a new line so it doesn't overflow. And then finally, we can have our state, which is status, and if item completed, it will be checked, Otherwise, it will be unchecked. So if we take a look, now we can actually trigger those. Why is this not running? Is it on press? On press item update. Is there any warning? Name, item. I apologize. I'm trying to figure out what I have done wrong. If I can't figure it out in a second or two, I have some backups, some backup logic. On update, passing it, task, update task ID. All right, I can't figure out what's going on. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the thing that always happens. You should always have backups. Not so I do. Check out. There we go. Okay. Need to restart the build. Hang on. I apologize, y'all. I promise this will work. We can see if we look at our code, everything should be the same as what we had before. So our tasks, we still have our endpoint just to show that I'm not pulling any voodoo magic. I just don't want to like spend an hour debugging this on stream or in the talk. And then we have our app, right? So we have our on update, on add, on remove. We're still passing them as we expect. And then inside of our components, we have our list, which still has the checkbox.item, everything we would expect before, right? So now we can see when we're triggering this, it is running the checkbox and is updating it. And if we refresh the page, it's grabbing from the server. So it's still updating and we're updating the server in real time effectively, which I think is super cool. Finally, let's go ahead and add a delete, right? So we'll go in here. Wait, we already had delete. It's right there. I'm sorry. Now that we have all of our functionality, right? We can add a task. We can, is adding a task not working now? I'm going to pretend it is. Now that we have all of our logic of updating, adding a task, deleting a task, so on. Let's start styling, right? So we can do things like our label we want to have on the other side. So we'll do position, leading, right? So this will move the checkbox to the other side, which I think just looks a little bit better. We can do things like we'll style our container here, right? So we can do style equals styles dot item container. Create a new, essentially what is a class here. And we'll do display flex. So we want this button and this to be in line. So what we can do is we can do display flex, flex direction wrap, or flex direction row, because by default it is column in React Native. And then we want to do flex wrap, no wrap. So now the button should theoretically be the same thing, right? So now they're right next to each other, but that looks pretty bad, right? So luckily for us, React Native Paper allows there to be an icon button. Right? We can do an icon of delete. We can do a size of say 20. We can copy this on press. And then our accessibility label, which we don't want to forget. I'm just going to copy this because I cannot spell accessibility properly. But we don't want to forget our accessibility, right? Just because it's a mobile app, we want to make sure that our app is still accessible. So now we have like something that looks a little bit better, right? That's misaligned, but we can fix that. What we can do is we can go to item container. We can say it's either justify content center or align items. I think it's going to be align items. Let's see. Is that going to work? I think, nope, it's align items. Okay. Right, so just like normal CSS, line item centers it, right? So that looks a lot better now. And we can do, we can make sure that this is full width, right? So we can do stuff like item container. So let's move this out for now. We'll readdress header in a second, but for now we'll have the view styles.item container. Why are you doing that? List container. container. I'm sure I spelled that right. We'll reuse that. And we can do things like width of 100%. Right, so now it should be a little bit wider. Awesome. And then finally, let's make sure that this button is as full width as it can get so that the delete button is all the way at the end. Right, so we can do things like we'll wrap this checkbox in a view. We'll do style is styles.checkbox, which we will create. And this will be width 1. This is a weird trick of mine, but I do width 1 and flex grow of 1. So basically making it start as small as it can, but then taking up as much space as it can, right? And then we also need to do, this is a weird behavior by the library, but we need to do label style a text align left. So those checkboxes are looking pretty good. I guess I can zoom out a little bit. So that's looking half good, but they're a little wide, right? On a widescreen monitor on the web, it's pretty wide. This probably looks good. Like if we go to Android, right? Like an Android device, that doesn't look bad, right? Like that's a pretty decent width. But on desktop, it's huge, right? So let's go ahead and go to our app. And since we already have a container here, let's go ahead and set like a max width of 600. And then we'll say like width of 100. So try to be as big as you can. Otherwise, stop at 100. And then we'll do more margin horizontal auto, which allows it to center in the page, right? So now it's not like quite so wide. So if we're looking at it from a huge monitor, it's not going all the way to the edges of the screen, which is kind of overwhelming, right? So we have our name, we have all those things. Let's go ahead and change things around a little bit more, right? So we can do, there's something called a header, right? An app header bar. So we can do a quick view. If we take a look, we have our app bar, which we're importing from React Native Paper. Are from, I don't know why this didn't auto import. Paper. Is that the right thing? No, it's app lowercase b, right? We have our header. The title is going to be to-do list. And we'll come back to that, right? So now, we have the to-do list at the top, right? So this is looking a little bit better. But what I want to do is I want to make like what's called a fab, right? If you've used like an Android application, you might see like a button in the corner here. Let's do a behavior where we have like a fab in the corner. And when we click it, it brings up a dialog. And that's where the to-do list or the input form is, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll add a fab really quick, right? So auto format that. Import fab from React Native Paper. Right. And then they don't default like move it to the corner. So that's what we're going to do here. We're just basically saying absolutely position it in the corner. And we're going to have, I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to be pasting some of this in. But we have our icon of plus, right? Our on press will show a dialog soon enough, and it'll be in the corner, right? So we also want to set a min height here, just a height percent, so that it's not only this much of the screen. It's actually going to extend all the way down. Oh, I apologize. I need to do that on the actual like main page. So I'll do page container. Right. So now it'll be 100% width or height, right? We also want to get rid of justify content so that it's not like going to the middle of the page, it's staying at the top. Awesome. And finally, let's do that dialog, right? So in here, we'll add a new component called visible, and we'll do on dismiss. What we're going to do here is we're going to do a portal Actually, I'll get to the portal in a second. We're going to do a dialog, right? Which is again imported from React Native Paper. We're going to do visible equals visible, and on dismiss equals on dismiss. And then that'll be simple as const show dialog, set show dialog, React.state false. And then we'll pass this visible show dialog, and then on dismiss we'll do right now as set show dialog. And then on press here will literally just be set show dialog to true. So now when we click on this, it'll open up the dialog, which I need to move out here. Otherwise, it'll only be partially width. So full width, right? And then we close it. Dialog also has some things to make it look a little bit better, right? So let's do that. We go into our form, we can see that there's dialog title, there's dialog contents, right? And then there's dialog actions, right? We're going to change this around a little bit. We're going to import button and text input instead of from React Native. We're going to import them from React Native Paper because they're styled a little bit better, right? So if we take a look, we can see now that they're styled a little bit more consistently with like material design, right? So we can still do like cancel or add or any of those things. But we'll notice that if we add something, it doesn't dismiss, right? It doesn't change anything. So we need to do an on submit, right? Which is going to be pretty similar to on dismiss. But the difference is, what am I doing here? On submit. Oh, right. Sorry. We're going to add on dismiss to that on submit, right? So now we can say something like test. And when I hit add, it should totally run and not do what it's doing now. So I'm going to cheat again because it is not behaving. But go. Is it going to complain again? Yes, it works. Okay, awesome. There we go. So now we have our to-do list, right? Of hello. We can add it. It'll actually show up in our to-do list. We can keep our items. We can remove them. Everything works, right? And of course, if we go to mobile, right? This is on like an iPhone SE, right? Like this is a pretty good view. We can make sure that we're seeing everything, or like, let's say that we added a lot of items, right? So we keep adding items. Right? And now we make the screen a little bit smaller. Right? Now we can scroll through these lists and still have our header and our button here stay consistent, right? And that'll work on mobile as well. And that's like, this is a super basic mobile app, but this is a good foundation, right? You can start adding different pages. You can start adding all sorts of stuff. So this is a good example of how we were able to use Expo to display for the web and mobile at the same time. Use React to be able to build something that's familiar to web developers, and be able to also use Cold Fusion to build our server, which handles JSON and handles our errors and our database and everything along those lines, and integrate them all together. Right. So that's been the talk. My name again is Corbin. I'm at CrutchCorn on Twitter. I also stream this on Twitch. So if you have any further questions or want to see me build something different, or just want to see what a big React Native application looks like, I'm there and I'm live coding all of our stuff. And that's it for today. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. Yeah. I can't see the event messages, so I'm hoping that the organizers are passing them on. But yeah, actually, while we're waiting for questions to load in, I can probably try to run this on Android again. Please work. yarn Android. Please run. Well, I mentioned destructuring a few times. Will I please describe it? Yeah, totally. So this is like one of the difficulties of this talk is like trying to not assume too much knowledge, but also like still trying to build an app in that time, right? So here we're in Chrome's console, right? I tend to use it for exploring in JavaScript just because. So here, let's say that we create an object, right? So we'll do const object equals A1, B2, C3, right? Actually, yes, this code base is available. Let me share that link really quick, and hopefully they can pass it on. I need to update the README. I did not have time yet to do that, but I will be updating the README with any relevant links. And it does include our Cold Fusion code as well. The Cold Fusion code is inside of CF site. So please feel free to take a look there. But so let's say we have an object, right? What we could do is we could say const A equals object.a, right? But the alternative way to write this is A const A equals object. And that doesn't seem super helpful, like this, but the nice part is that you can keep expanding this, right? So instead of const A equals object.a, const B equals object.b, const C equals so on and so forth, you can just write boop, const destructure AB from object, right? So you're kind of pulling those items out of object and placing them into variables of the same name. So. And that's very common in React code bases, at least modern ones. So, and this is very similar. This is what's called prop destructuring or parameter destructuring. The other way to write this would be this. Or the other way to write this would be const on add equals props dot on add const visible equals props dot visible const set show dialog. So basically all three of these are exactly the same under the hood. They're just syntax sugar. They look a little bit nicer. They're like a few seconds faster to write. So yep. Android, I have hope that you can run before I'm running out of time for this talk. Come on. You can render. But yeah, so obviously I won't be able to show iOS even if Android does run because, you can only build iOS apps from a Mac, which I do have, but it's not thermal throttles in weird ways. So I didn't want to do a talk with compiling or anything on that with it. So, but the nice part is that I think I might have already closed it, which would be, of course, my luck. But again, I had mentioned that there was a URL or a QR code, right? So you'll notice that there is of course it refreshes. But you'll see that like when we're building, it'll actually load up a QR code. And if you install, there's an app on the App Store called, I don't remember what it's called. It's like Expo Helper, Expo Go. That's what it is. And you see this QR code. If you scan this QR code, like literally right now, if you go download that app and scan this, you don't have to. You can actually watch as I program and like update it live and stuff. And that's a super powerful way to be able to like share your code in progress with other people who might be working with you. You don't have to pull up. What you usually have to do is if you're not using Expo and you're only using React app, because Expo adds some restrictions on top of React Native to make this easier. If you don't have Expo, you have to start ngrok and expose a port, and then you have to do this and this. Like it's very, very frustrating to do without Expo, and Expo kind of eases that process and makes it easier. As simple as click, take a picture, send it to your friend. So, but definitely some benefits of using something like Expo. What? It didn't run. There's no, it is. It's running. See, perfect. I was confused. I didn't understand why it wasn't showing. But yeah, this emulator is running really slow. That has to do with my computer. That's not because of the actual speed of React Native or Expo. Is it going to let me zoom? Yeah. Oh, I've done the wrong thing. Anyways, you can actually see that the app is running in Android as you might expect, and it looks pretty native. And you can have like all the ripple effects, and it'll actually update the server and Of course, if you're using multiple different mobile devices, I can update one on here. And if I refresh the app on Android, it'll update. So yeah, just like any other app with your REST APIs. So yeah. All right, gang. What did I do on this screen? Hang on. There we go. So yeah, that's all there is. It's been really interesting working with React Native for my applications. If you're like, I've obviously had to rewrite my app a few times, but we have like an article that explains like some of the challenges we faced and like how we were able to overcome them. So that's the wrong thing. I meant to go to getshark.dev. So if you're ever curious about like building any type of applications like this or what it's like to scale with your React Native application, please feel free to reach out. I'd be happy to have a conversation and like walk through all this stuff. So, yeah.
For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy. For decades, Adobe Cold Fusion has chased a dream to rewrite the rules of coding and make hard things easy. With every new release, we've kept that dream alive by creating features and updates that change the game, by putting efficiency and speed on the fast lane, by challenging the ordinary to build a legacy. Ours is a story of grit and pride, written by compelling voices and the best minds. Today, we celebrate our developers for leading the way. We celebrate our community for defining change. And we celebrate every one of you for being our voice as we skyrocket to greater heights. Welcome to the Adobe Cold Fusion Developers Week 2021. Get ready as we open your doors to the future of coding by bringing the power of rapid application development to cloud computing. This is the new era of making hard things easy.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Adobe Document Services plus Cold Fusion. My name is Raymond Camden. I am a developer evangelist for Adobe. If you need to contact me later to ask me any questions about what I'm showing today or about really anything in general, you could find me blogging at raymondcamden.com, and you could find me tweeting at Raymond Camden. And you should absolutely follow me on Twitter because I only tweet the most important business development type stuff. I'm serious, very, very, very serious stuff on Twitter. Anyway, definitely feel free to reach out to me if you have any follow-up questions about what I'm showing today. I love to get questions because it's things that I end up turning into blog posts. It's things that help me learn more, and it helps you learn as well. So again, definitely reach out if you have questions. So the agenda today, I'm going to start off by talking about what I actually mean by document services. I'm going to talk about how you would use them with Cold Fusion, because obviously we're at a Cold Fusion conference. I should involve Cold Fusion somehow. And I will just point out, I used to be really good at Cold Fusion. It's been a couple years since I have used it. So if you see anything weird here, blame me and just my lack of skill and the stuff that I've forgotten. Don't blame Cold Fusion, don't blame our SDKs. It's just me being somewhat rusty when it comes to Cold Fusion. So, Adobe Document Services, TLDR. Basically, it's doing stuff with documents, and primarily PDFs, but not just PDFs. And this is all done via SDKs in Java, .NET, and Node, Python as well, that just came out, but only for a part of what I'm talking about today, and REST-based APIs. And for us in the Cold Fusion world, while we can definitely use the REST APIs, Cold Fusion makes Java easy to use, so we'll be focusing on the Java side. So the non-TLDR. There are four main services under the umbrella of Adobe Document Services, and generally they fall down into the buckets of looking at and working with and just modifying PDF documents, and also using your data to generate documents, as well as using extraction to get data out of that. Now, I will say some of what I'm showing today already exists in Cold Fusion. There's definitely a bit of duplication there. I will do my best to kind of point out where I think things are different. Certainly, you can compare and contrast the internal CF PDF stuff and CF document stuff with our services, and see if they make sense to you. Nice thing is that you can pick and choose and even mix and match these together to fit your needs. All right, so these services, they are the Adobe PDF Embed API, the Adobe PDF Services API, the Adobe Document Generation API, and the Adobe PDF Extract API. And I promise I will only say Adobe about 5,000 or 6,000 more times before this presentation is done. For the rest of this talk, I'm going to be talking about these four things, showing you examples within Cold Fusion, and kind of talking about how you can use them to enhance what you offer. So let's start off by talking about the Adobe PDF Embed API. Now, this is a JavaScript library, so it's entirely client-side, and it's built to render PDFs. This is also an entirely free service, so you don't have to give a credit card, you don't have to pay anything, it is just free to use. So why, right? I mean, PDFs, if you link to them in a web page, browsers do a good job of rendering it. The main reason is that you'll get more control over the experience. So right now, in the user's browser, Firefox, Chrome, Edge, Safari, when you link to a PDF, they have their own way to render it. Our library will give you more consistent control over how that looks. And you'll also get more insight into how people are actually interacting with your PDF documents. So I mentioned that browsers already have a way to render PDFs. This is an example. I picked an incredibly exciting U.S. government census PDF. And basically what you're seeing is that the entire page has been taken over by the PDF. You were on your website, you click this link, and then bam, you get this view. Now it's a very nice view, but the user is gone, right? So they have no context for what they were doing, no way to navigate outside of going back or closing the tab. It's a very kind of take it or leave it type approach. With the Embed API, you definitely get a lot more control. Now, I apologize for my design skills. Yes, I work at Adobe, but I'm the one person there who can't make things pretty. But you see here, I have a HTML page. I even see it on screen there. It's a regular HTML page. I've got some content on top. I've got some content on the bottom. And inside there, I'm using the Embed API to render a document. And I actually specified how big that box is. I defined the margins and stuff like that. And it just flows in with the rest of my content. So how do you get started? Well, the first thing you'll need is an Adobe ID, which I believe you already have if you've downloaded ColdFusion before. But if you haven't got one, go ahead and make sure you get one. You will then ask for a key. After that, you can go to the Getting Started page, and I'll show you what that looks like. But this is where you can click to create your credentials. And as soon as this loads, I apologize, my internet's being a little bit slow today, but yeah, there we go. But you go there and you click Create New Credentials. And then you'll be dropped to a page automatically defaulted to the PDF Embed API. And all you have to do is give it a name and an application domain. Now, I will say the application domain is crucial. All right. So if you are testing locally on localhost, then you need to supply localhost as the domain. You can also only create one. So what you could do if your company is RaymondCamden.com. You could specify RaymondCamden.com and then locally set your local dev environment to be something like dev.RaymondCamden.com. Those credentials would still work there as well as www.RaymondCamden.com. If you want, you can also make multiple credentials. So one for your local dev environment and then one for production. Just keep that in mind because typically that's the error that I will make is forgetting that my credentials were for one domain and I'm testing it locally or just on the wrong domain. All right, but once you have your key, the code, the way you use it is relatively simple. You'll start by figuring out the div where your PDF is going to live. And this is where you'll think about like how wide you want it, where you want it on the page, things like that. You will add our script library to your page and then write some code to initialize that library and then write a little bit of code then to load that PDF. Now, when you load the PDF, it's either going to be a URL pointing to the PDF or a file promise. A file promise would handle the case where you want a user to be able to drag and drop, for example, a PDF on your web page. That is where a file promise would come in. It doesn't always have to be a URL. So a real-world example of this, I have an HTML page and I have stuff above and below what you see on screen here, but I have created a div where I want my PDF to render it. I give it a ID. I then load the PDF embed library, just copy and paste, and then I start writing some JavaScript code. Now, for this library to work, you need to listen for a particular event. And you can see the code there in the document.add event listener. What I have discovered is that sometimes, and especially if you're using a framework like Vue.js, that event may have already fired before your code is ready. Before your code is ready. So you can also check for the existence of window.adobe.dc. So all that if condition there is doing is saying, hey, if my library is ready, let's get started. If it's not ready, let me add a simple event listener so that I know when it is ready. And then I actually work on displaying my PDF. And for the most part, it's going to be pretty simple. I'm going to make an Adobe DC View object where I do things like pass in my key. And again, I got that from credentials. And I specify the ID where the PDF is going to render. Finally, I go ahead and run the preview file command. I say where my PDF is, and I pass a bit of metadata, in this case, just the file name. All right, so let's look at some examples of this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this example first, and then I'm going to show the code behind it. So let's go into embed test 1, and there is the HTML page. You kind of saw this on the slide already. This is a fully interactive PDF. I can go in here and I could highlight text. I also have a search command, so I bet I mentioned cat in here. Yes, I do. I can also do things like highlight text. I'll just randomly pick that, and it automatically allows me to add a comment. This is a great intro, and I could add that as a comment, and also just kind of add kind of ad hoc stuff to it. For example, this is another note. And again, all this is kind of baked in. I have navigation controls here. I can also zoom in if it's a bit too hard to read. And then also I can go ahead and download or print this. By the way, when I download this, it actually includes my notes and my annotations. So if somebody wanted to send this back to me as a way of saying, hey, you know, I highlighted the parts of this page that did not make sense to me, they can actually do this all via their web browser. So the code for this, let's take a look at this. It's going to be pretty much kind of what I showed you on the slide. I have one page here, and normally I would break apart my CSS and my JavaScript, but just to keep things simple, got my style on top, got my HTML. I mentioned that I have to specify a div to store my PDF, and there it is. And here is my code. So I load in my library, I've defined my key. This is that condition I mentioned earlier where I need to see if we're ready to work with PDFs. And then once I have it, I simply pass a URL. In this case, it's relative, cat.pdf, and then I show it. And really, that is it. But we can get a little bit more complex. We definitely have a lot of options. So we have options, for example, to modify how it's rendered on the page. We have some options for controlling the UI of the embed frame itself, and even doing some basic event handling. So in terms of our view options, we have 4 of them. And the names don't always typically kind of make sense, so I'll do my best to explain it. Sized container, that's the default, where I have said, you know, I have a div, it's so-and-so big, drop the PDF in there. Full window is pretty much exactly like size container. It's not really taking over the full window, but what it will do is actually let you stream down page after page versus showing one page at a time. Inline kind of follows the same idea of showing page after page, but it actually takes the PDF and stretches it out. So what I mean by that is, instead of like one page of a 3-page document, or instead of one page and you can kind of scroll down, this will actually take those 3 pages and make your div, make the PDF area as tall as that PDF. Now, obviously, that's not something that you would use on a 99-page PDF, because it's going to make the page really darn long. But for a short PDF, it lets a person kind of look at the entire PDF at once without having to manually scroll or change pages. And the last mode is a lightbox mode. This is a full window approach, but it's programmatic. So you can have a web page, they click a button, the PDF shows up, and then they can dismiss it as well. The way you use this is simply by passing a options object to the preview file command. You can see an example right there. And of course, I have a demo, and I will show these 2 and then show the code. So this is that inline one where it took my PDF and it stretched it all the way out. This PDF is definitely a bit big. I wouldn't necessarily do this, but you have that option. And then my third one is the Lightbox example. So in this one, the PDF's not there at all, actually, until I go here and click Show PDF. You see it adds a Lightbox type effect where the background is dimmed. My PDF is here. It's kind of taking over the entire screen. And when I'm done, I can just hit Escape and it goes away. The code for this pretty much matches what you saw. So you can see here where I passed the embed mode of inline, and this one is using Lightbox. The code here is also a little bit different. I have an event handler for recognizing when you clicked that button, and that's pretty much it. Pretty simple. More that you can do, you can also modify the UI. So if you want to take away menu items, take away some of the panels, and basically kind of control what is shown there, you can do that. So for example, you can get rid of the download or the print button. Now to be clear, this won't stop a user from using print screen or stop them from seeing the URL. But for most cases, it will prevent the user from easily downloading or printing. Just like before, we're going to pass some particular options to our preview file command. Here's just an example where I'm saying I don't want the left-hand panel, I don't want print or download, or even annotations. So we will show this like so. And my left-hand panel is gone. My right-hand panel is pretty much just legal notices. And that code is what you expect right there. And obviously you can use false true. You can configure this based on your needs. Maybe some PDFs you want to be able to download and some you don't. Again, you kind of have those options there to pick what makes sense for you. So there is more stuff you can do. There's nice event handling. So for example, if you want to know when someone has selected text or they have viewed a particular page, there's also APIs that allow you to kind of work with the PDF viewer in a more programmatic way. And even more as well, I have some links at the end for stuff to show you. There's also an online demo that allows you to kind of see the different examples. You can click through, and what's nice is that you can actually go here and customize and say, you know what, I don't want print, and then I can click generate code, and I can actually get the code right from here, copy and paste this, and put this in my code. Do know that you have to copy the client ID. Now before we move on, I did want to show a very basic Cold Fusion demo. I built this in like 5 minutes. It's pretty simple, but essentially it's a homepage where I look for PDFs in a directory and create a list of links to them so that I can click on one and see that I requested, form 11C, and go back and say I want an F56 instead. I have no idea what this is. It's fun IRS stuff. I'd much rather look at the cat PDF. So this is incredibly simple boilerplate Cold Fusion stuff. For example, the index file, excuse me, I just ask it to iterate over the PDFs in a particular subdirectory, and then I list to it, link it to a file called PDF-CFM. And PDF-CFM is pretty much the exact same as my initial code. I did move my key into an application variable, and all I did was do the URL parameter for what PDF to use. And again, this is about, I could have done this in Cold Fusion 4 pretty much. But it's a simple example. By the way, I'll say all of my code is in a GitHub repo, so you will be able to download this and play with it yourself. All right, so off the server land. So just to be clear, everything I showed so far was absolutely client-side. Could work with Cold Fusion, could work with not Cold Fusion. Any HTML page would work with that particular API. Now we're absolutely moving to the server. So in terms of our API-based offerings, we have Adobe PDF services, we have the document generation API, and we have the extraction API. Now, these are commercial. That does not mean that you have to use them on a commercial website. All I'm saying is that it's not free. However, there is a free trial. You get 1,000 operations over a 6-month period. Now, I love that 6-month part. I can't tell you how many things I signed up for that have like a 2-week trial period, and then life happens, things happen, etc. And those 2 weeks just go away, and I'm out of luck. So you have a nice long time to play with it and come back to it and just kind of kick the tires a bit. When you are ready to sign up, you can sign up via Amazon Web Services for pay-as-you-go. And you can also reach out to sales. That should be reach, not each out, but reach out to sales. And that's not me, but if you have trouble reaching anybody, or if you have any questions in general, like I said earlier, you can absolutely reach out to me. I'm totally fine with that. The credentials that you will get, you can manage those via our Adobe console. And basically, it boils down to 2 things: a JSON credentials file, and there's 4 or so keys in that JSON file, and then a key certificate file. Now, I will point out that our SDKs support passing that information as just like pure strings. You do not have to have files in the file system. So if you want to use something like an environment variable for all the credentials, that is absolutely a valid way to use the code as well. Most of our docs focus on, hey, here's my JSON file and here's my key file. Just know that that is not a requirement. In terms of language support, you have a Java SDK, you have a Node SDK, and that honestly is the one that where I spent most of my time. So if you come to me for examples, most likely it'll be Node. We have the .NET SDK. Very recently, we added a Python SDK. By the way, I'm very excited about Python. I've learned it a little bit, and it's just a cool as heck language. Right now, that that Python SDK is only for extract. But what's nice is that we also have these REST-based APIs where if you're using something like PHP, for example, or you want to use Python and use something besides extract, you can hit those REST endpoints and then do whatever you want. So let's talk about PDF services. Previously, this was called PDF tools. So you will see blog posts, you will see links and stuff that mention the PDF tools. We renamed this about a week or so ago, so definitely expect to see both when you're Googling and stuff like that. And this is everything related to PDF creation and manipulation. This is your Swiss Army knife of working with PDFs. So, for example, you can create PDFs based on Word, PowerPoint, etc., Excel type documents, both static and dynamic HTML files. You can export a PDF to Microsoft Office, texts and images. You can take multiple PDFs and combine them into one. You can OCR a PDF. And if that doesn't make sense to you, and didn't to me until I realized what they were talking about, if you've ever gotten a PDF that's just a series of pictures, OCRing will actually take that PDF and make it real text that you could search and select. You can do things to make the PDF smaller and more efficient. You can add a password or do kind of other modifications to a PDF, for example, like removing the print permission. And you could do all kind of crazy stuff. So I want a page put in the middle. I want legal boilerplate put at the beginning or the end, or shift around, rotate pages, remove pages. Basically any type of insert, delete, shift, etc. You could do with the services. And you can also take a large PDF and actually break it down into either so many pages or various page ranges, or even by file count. And I don't think even this covers everything, but again, as you can see, this is really like a slice and dice type approach. So PDF services and Cold Fusion, I'm going to be showing the Java SDK. I will say I personally had some issues using the jar along with Cold Fusion. I am not a Java person. I know just enough Java to be dangerous. However, I want to give a huge shout out to Tony Junks. He has a GitHub project that is literally using our Java SDK and PDF services with Cold Fusion. He figured out that the document services jar had some issues with the Cold Fusion Java stuff. He was able to figure out the conflict and create a jar that lets us use it in Cold Fusion and not have those conflicts. So I just want to give a huge thank you to Tony, because I was absolutely stuck until I had a chance to test out his stuff. And again, it pretty much worked immediately. I went from stuck to full speed thanks to Tony. So to use the PDF services with Cold Fusion, basically you'll grab Tony's jar. I dropped it in my folder and I used the application.cfc jar path option, which I really, really like. I copied my credentials. That's both a JSON file and a certificate file. Again, if you want those to be environment variables to make things a bit more secure, that is something that you can definitely do as well. And then I wrote some code. So about that code, most everything we do follows the exact same format. So I'll make a credentials object. I will create what's called an execution context that's going to be specific to my operation. So, merging, optimizing, OCRing, etc. And then I will set my input. So for example, here's the PDF file that I want to be OCR'd. I will execute, and then I will save that result to the file system. This example comes right from our documentation. It is a simple Java class. And again, being someone who's not really a Java person, I can look at this and I have a basic idea of what's going on. I see my credentials being created, my execution context. I see an operation, in this case it's an OCR operation. I'm starting from a local file, my OCR input.pdf, and then I'm executing and then saving that result PDF. And pretty much every single thing is going to follow that particular format. So when we talk about Java and CF, you know that you have the create object flow, and most recently in Cold Fusion 2021, they have the new Java in CF feature. And I put that in quotes because I'm not exactly sure that I'm using the proper marketing term for it. But that's how I saw it in documentation, so that's what I'm going with. So let me show you a couple of examples of that. So let's close a couple things here. We're done with these demos. All right, so the first example I'm going to show is the Java in CF one. This is really cool syntax. As I said, I'm a bit behind in the Cold Fusion world, but when I saw this, I was pretty impressed. So basically, you could say some variable equals the Java keyword in a bracket, and then you just write Java code, and it works. I mean, of course it works, but I thought this was pretty cool. So I took this pretty much from our docs. I only modified it a little bit so that I could pass in my credentials, my input and output, etc. But then once I had that, I then used regular CFML. So I say where my credentials are, what my input is, and what my output, and then I just execute, and then I'm done. And my input is hello world.docx. I won't open that. It's a pretty simple Word document, but I'll run this and services test 1, and it is going to make a PDF. Now, by the way, I absolutely could have combined this with the PDF embed API and actually show the result PDF when I'm done. What I will do instead is simply go in here. Let me back up a little bit. Services, hello world.pdf, and there we go. This was sourced from the Word document. I will open this, and there it is. So in this case, just basic Word to PDF conversion. It works just fine. Now, as much as I think that this syntax looks really, really cool, I mentioned that create object works just as well. This is somewhat shorter and somewhat simpler. So I could probably see me using this a lot more than the fancier syntax. And in fact, Tony's GitHub repo, all his demos, use this version instead. And obviously, this could all be wrapped up in a nice CFC instead of just plainly on a page here. But this works just as well. I will run it just to be sure that I'm not lying. And we will see it takes 3 or 4 seconds, and done. And then I have a result PDF, and I believe it's the exact same input. Yes, so I won't open it, but there is the document right there. Now I'm going to show one more example. This is an OCR example. The code, it is changing, right? So now we have a OCR operation object I'm making instead of a create PDF operation, but you can see it pretty much follows the same format. Make my credentials, define my operation, define my input, execute, and then save the result. Now in this case, what I'm doing is I'm doing the OCR. I'll show this. So PDF that needs OCR. This is a lovely Adobe document. It's very readable, but it is a bunch of pictures. And you can tell because you can't select anything and you can't search for anything. I look for Adobe, it can't find it. Now, notice that Acrobat has OCR built in. I'm going to say no, because I want to keep this PDF as is. But what's cool is that once I run the OCR operation, I'm not going to run the CFM because you've seen a couple of those work already. You know it works. But then you get this nice output that is actually text that you can select. And now if I search for Adobe, I better find a bunch of results, 64. So you can absolutely imagine a use case where you're using Cold Fusion to look for PDFs and then run OCR, perhaps also run the optimize command on it as well. Basically shape up dirty or randomly generated PDFs to make them a bit easier to use and a bit more user-friendly in general. So that was the Adobe PDF Services API. Again, any type of manipulation that you could imagine would happen there. And again, I think in that particular area, there's a lot of crossover with CF PDF and CF Document. Again, play with it, see if it meets your needs better than the native support, or even perhaps see ways to kind of mix those together to get what you want. Now, this is one of my favorite APIs ever. It's the Adobe Document Generation API. And basically what you do is you take a Microsoft Word document as a template, and then you take your data, and then you combine them to create a dynamic PDF or even a new Word document. So what do I mean by that? So you take a Microsoft Word document. You see I've typed in some text here, hello world, etc. We have a Microsoft Word add-in that allows you to start pasting in some sample data. And that's a little bit fuzzy, I apologize. But in there, I could paste in some JSON, in this case, name and likes. And I can click Generate Tags. The Word add-in is going to look at my JSON data, and you can imagine this as being something from your database. So you may have a database table of customer records, and you want to make a PDF document for every customer. What I would do is write a CF query to select one record and then output that to JSON. But anyway, once I pasted that sample of JSON in there and clicked Generate Tags, The add-in will look at the JSON, recognize what values are there, name and likes, and I can literally just double click on them and insert and then insert them into the Word document. Then I write my code, and then once I have my code and I run it, it's going to take the Word template. It's going to take whatever dynamic data I have, and then it's going to output a PDF. So what excites me about this is that the API is literally just give me the Word template, give me your data, I'll do the merge. Where things get complex and powerful is on those template tags, because you can do things like conditions and looping and etc. And instead of talking about it, let's look at a quick demo. So I'm going to start off. Let me move some windows around here. You don't want to see that. That's my final demo. So this is a Word template that I made where my idea is that I want to output a PDF for all of my customers at my vet clinic. And I want to take some of these static records here, and I want to replace them with real values that will come from my database. It will come from some other API call. Doesn't matter where it comes from, it's just data. So I'm going to click the document generation button here. And let me try this one. There we go. And to get started, and then at this point, I'm going to enter some sample data. So on my file system, I have a JSON file called catowner.json. You see it has name, email, address, cell, and cats. I'm going to copy and paste that, come back in here, paste that in, and click Generate Tags. So it's looking at my JSON data, and it's creating a set of tags based on that. Now you notice cats did not show up here. That's because cats is an array of data, and I'll show you in a second how that works. So I'm going to go in here, I'm going to take my static data, and I'm going to say, you know what, replace it with these tokens. Go in there, email, address, cell. We'll talk about home in a minute. And then at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually test this. So the code for this is pretty much very similar to what I showed before. So I'm defining an input. In this case, it's the Word document that I'm working on right now. I am reading the JSON in a little bit different because I need to make it a Java JSON object. You see I did that right there. Again, being very new to Java, that took me about 5 minutes to Google and find the syntax for it. I'm going to define my output. In this case, it's going to be cat.pdf. And then it's pretty much the exact same code. So I get my credentials. I'm going to create a operation. This one's a little bit more complex, so when I define my options, for example, for a document merge, I'm passing in my data, and I'm also saying where, what kind of format it's going to output, either PDF or Word. Once I have that, I basically do my inputs, do my execute, and do save as. Again, very similar pattern to what you've seen before. If we run this, we will see something interesting. So docgen test1.cfm is generating a PDF right now. So again, it's taking the Word document, and like I said, I could have output that to screen, but we'll look at cat PDF, and we'll see it actually took that live data and replaced everything except for home number, and we don't have cats yet. But let's get to that. So the way home number is going to work is that I know in my database, some people have home numbers and some do not. Here on the Word add-in, I can actually go to conditional content and actually tell it to include the template logic to support conditionally showing something. So in this case, I want to say, it doesn't actually exist, but we'll do it for cell, if present, insert condition. And basically what it did is it inputted the token values. And by the way, if you've used something like Handlebars or Jade or any client-side HTML templating language, this should look pretty familiar. and it basically added my code for a condition. And what I'm going to do is change cell to home number. And now what's going to happen is that if the data I pass in includes home number, this particular row of data will show up. So I did have to kind of manually type a bit because the sample data I pasted in did not include home number. But you can kind of mix and match what this nice little add-on here does, as well as doing some typing. So for example, I know the tag syntax here is pretty simple. You can absolutely type that in. Now let's do one more thing. Let's actually add a table of our cats. So I can actually go here under tables and lists and say I want a table. The add-in looked at my data and knows the only thing that was an array was cats. Now for my columns, I'm going to want name, and look how it auto-completes there, because again it read my data, breed, and gender. I do not have to use everything, so I'm just ignoring weight. I click insert table, and then I'm done. And now at this point I can go in here and say I want this bold, I want it centered, I can do some fancy stuff here. I'm not a designer, like I said, so I won't spend too much time doing it. But let's go ahead and make these all bold and centered, and I will try like hell to try like heck to do a table design, and we will pick alternating blue colors. Why not? So I've inserted a table with just one row of data, but now when I save it and I run my code again, it's passing in that same data. So it had my name and email and stuff like that, and also had that array of data. And it's done. And now when I look at the output, I can actually see my table, and it has the proper data in there. Now what's cool about that is that I didn't change my Cold Fusion or Java code at all. That was all me working or coding in Microsoft Word. So as an API, it's pretty much done. It's simple, right? Here's my Word document, here's my data. You spend more time actually working in Microsoft Word, and I think you could see that you don't have to be a programmer to use this. You may need a little bit of help kind of learning how to add the tables and stuff like that, but you can definitely share this with a client. They could add a pretty logo on top and stuff like that. They can kind of go to town on this and make something that looks pretty neat. Things that I'm not showing that we support, you can actually have dynamic images as well. If you base64 encode an image, you could pass it as part of your JSON. If you want to do numerical calculation, so weight was one of my values, I could include the total weight of all your cats. You can get really fancy and do number formatting. You can also integrate with Adobe Sign. And it's really like using Microsoft Word as a programming environment. I find that freaking cool as heck. And it's something that you could definitely have some fun and play around with. All right, so the final API that I want to talk about today is our newest. Again, this came out about a week ago. It's the Adobe PDF Extraction API. As you can guess, it takes stuff out of PDF. So that includes text, but we'll also do all the structure. So where the text is on the page, what font was applied, and even more data. It can detect and then work with tables. It can detect and work with images. It's very, very powerful. The results that you get, our API will send back a zip file. In that zip file will be a very, very large JSON file. You may also have CSVs or Excel files if you asked for tabular data. So to be clear, what I mean is that if it finds a table in your PDF, it actually gives you a data version of that you could launch in Excel. or that you could just read and parse and do your own calculations on it. So it's not just the text from it, it's the text in the proper format for you to do scientific calculations and things like that with it. You can also get images, and by the way, you can ask for tables as images if you want, but the PDF itself has images. You can get those extracted. So I'm going to show you a result. I'm not going to run the code because it's pretty much the exact same thing that you've seen time and time again. And really the output is what I want to focus on. For my test, I used a very large scientific document. It's got a lot of interesting text, a lot of tables. This first one, for example, is the PSCS Mission and Technology Concept Studies. All right. It's got a lot to it. And what I did is I passed this to our extract API, and the output was first a JSON file. Now I mentioned it's a large file. That 20 pages became almost 20,000 lines of JSON. And like I said, it absolutely gets very, very deep. So for example, the title right here, you could see information about the path to actually get to it, things like the size of the text, and that's about as precise as you can get, as well as the font, whether it's italic, stuff like that. This is really, really, really deep, and you can go in here and basically see all of the text. By the way, I'll point out there's a format called JSON schema, which if your editor supports it, will give you code complete and basically help you understand all the aspects of a JSON file. We have a JSON schema for the extract result that I absolutely recommend you get. Visual Studio Code has great support for making that kind of automatic. So just going to keep that in mind that you can do that. I did output those tables and images. I'll show you the images first. You can see the various pictures and stuff like that. And what's really cool, let me get into the output. I mentioned that you could output it in Excel format. I've done that. And that is that first table you saw. So what's cool is that if I need to do research like based on my studies, how many are inner planets versus giant planets, I have that in a tabular format. I could do that analysis and tell you that, yeah, most of your work was inner planets, or in this case I could see Mars. Most of your research was Mars. Second was just the general inner planets. So again, this is very, very, very powerful stuff. A lot of very smart people doing some AI/ML work to really look at your PDF and intelligently figure out the data that's in there and provide you access to it. I'm just kind of blown away by the work done to make this work well. So what's next? We have docs, obviously. You can find them at the Adobe Document Services page. The docs, I think, are really well done. I'm a bit biased, but I think they're great. You'll see a lot of examples in here. One thing I'll point out, just gotta scroll down here a bit. Let me scroll down some more. There's something in particular I want to show you. Hold on one second. Let's go into OCR PDF. What's cool is that we have examples in Java, Net, Node, and the REST API. So, let me go back to it, etc. You can pick your language of choice and then play with it. I'll also say when you sign up for our services and get credentials, we can actually give you a copy of the SDK downloaded that has your credentials baked in, which makes playing with and learning these services a lot easier. So we have the docs. We are up on Medium at Adobe Tech. That's where we do our blogging. And that's where you can actually see other Adobe developer related stuff as well. We have support forums, and again, you'll have access to this slide deck, so you can get these links later, but we do have forums that we check. We're also active on Stack Overflow, so you can find us there. One of my coworkers goes by the nickname of Practical PDF. His real name is Joel, but he has a CodePen collection of really, really cool embed demos. So if you want to see a lot more deep, complex examples of what you could do with the PDF embed API, he has a bunch of them. And then, of course, this Prezzo and demos is up on my GitHub repository, which hopefully, it's on screen here. You can pause if you need to, but that is CF Jedi Master / document services cold fusion. All right, so I hope you enjoyed that. If you have any questions, you know what to do. Ask away. And again, you can reach out to me. I am Raymond Camden on Twitter. I am raymondcamden.com. I'm also JediMaster@adobe.com. I don't know how I got that email address, but I did. And I really want to hear your questions, so just let me know. Thank you.